Well, hello and welcome to you all on this opening day. Two teams, each seeking the perfect pick-me-up start at the expense of each other. A fabulous show of vivid colour and vocal cords. The new look Camp Nou at its best. So things are underway. Well, there is no question that Eden Hazard on his day is one of the world's best, Jim, so how do you interpret the role he's been given here?
Well, we all know he's at his best when he's coming in from that left side, whether it's to drag people away and isolate them or to combine with central attackers, but he also often plays as a 10, as we know, in a free role.
And is that a new dimension to his game?
No, he's been at that for years and he's just very good wherever he plants himself.
Harrison cuts out the pass. Rodrigo. Alonso. This is a promising build-up. Rodrigo. For Xavi Alonso. And here's Mbappe. And he's in on goal. Brilliantly cut out. Fermin. Yamal. And it's Hazard to Guardiola. It has been a rather gentle affair so far. Fermin. And it's Maradona. Maradona will not want to lose out here, not against this opponent. Lewandowski!
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Some intricate passing, looking to progress the ball. It's Lewandowski! Goal! Barcelona!
Well, when it's pieced together as efficiently as that, it's a joy to watch.
Barcelona penetrate first. It is a truly precious lead.
Well, he's certainly happy with that after what's been said in the build-up, you know.
It's a promising position.
Well, I wouldn't quite advise they should resort to risk-taking at this stage. There's plenty of time left yet.
Now it's Bale, and he's managed to get free. Well, he's not happy with that challenge, but the referee has let it go. Nicely weighted ball, and this is Bale. Fermin looking for the chance to skim one in from range. It's a really well-measured ball. He is through here. Terrific effort. Nearly, but not quite.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a bit disappointed with that, Peter. You would have fancied him to at least hit the target.
Hazard. Challenged just a bit on the firm side. Yamal.
Barcelona really are one of these sides that pride themselves on their ability to maintain possession.
Yeah, and some would say that means they play the game the right way.
Yeah, but of course, it's decisive passing.
Lewandowski! That is terrific from Lewandowski! Oh, it really is a finish of the highest order. They are purring, truly purring. And he stuck it away as if laser-guided.
That's expertly finished, and he's done that so often.
And he's done it again, he's got his second. Barcelona are doing very nicely, thank you.
To be expected, Peter. They've gone and stepped it up, something they've been threatening to do and will continue to do by the looks of it.
Well, that is one way to stop him. Maradona. Maradona going face-to-face with his great rival. Hazard. And it's Bellingham. Now it's Bale. Fermin. Rudiger kept his eye on it, and he's there. Koundé kept aware, and it is reclaimed. Yamal carries the ball down the right.
Rudiger did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise. And here's Lewandowski. Just eases him off the ball. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him.
Look, the only way of becoming more aware, Peter, is by lifting your head and realising who's where around.
Takes a shot! There's a goal!
Speed of thought, efficiency of movement, and certainty of outcome.
And the first thing he's going to do here, Peter, is thank his teammate for the pass. It put it on a plate for him.
Madrid cut their deficit and look raring to go again.
Oh, we have a very different game on our hands now, all of a sudden. This one's totally up for grabs.
Now it's Bale. Fermin. This looks promising. He has found the way through. Shot a goal! It's run loose. Who's going to get there? Chouameni gets it away. And he's... Can he finish? Oh, and that one's done no damage in the end.
Lamine Yamal certainly knows that he's missed a real chance there, but he can't dwell on that. He needs to pick himself up and move on.
And that signals the end of the first period. That was a very watchable and entertaining half of football, and it's fair to say that both teams have played their part. No, well, the pickings certainly have been rich in this first half.
Yeah, they're ahead, Peter, but they can't afford to get too complacent. They need to go with the same intensity and tempo they showed in getting both the goals. Try to get another now and establish that two-goal cushion early in the second half.
So that was the first half, and we will be back with the second half shortly. And if you have just joined us, well, we've just begun the second period here.
It's not easy being down in situations like this. I know it's an overused term, but you really have to play with...
Goes for a shot!
Loose ball now, and there's a chase on to retrieve it. That's put paid to the danger. Now it's Bellingham. Koundé makes the interception. Shot could be on. Well, it didn't look good for a while, but that was brave defending, and they got away with it.
That's simply brilliant defending. They were outnumbered, but he still came out on top.
And this is Bale. Albert Ferrer. Pass is coming off in quick succession here. Oh, facing up to his adversary. This is a formidable matchup. Well, played right into his path. Azar. Now it's Lewandowski. So can they find a way to turn round this deficit? And it's Lopez. Maradona, who's set up one goal so far. Lewandowski unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. Mbappe looking in every way a marked man at the moment.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful, Peter, that they don't allow their attempt to snuff out the threat now to turn into indiscipline.
Knocks it into space. It's a pretty loose pass.
Right here, right now, it's not looking favourable. They're chasing the ball and the game.
Oh, now here's an interesting matchup. Oh, no, that was never going to make it. Koundé, Yamal. Now it's Maradona. Passes short and sharp. Madrid have kept their powder dry on the substitution front so far. Could that be about to change?
Well, the manager must be thinking to himself whether he's got a game changer on that bench, and he needs to act quickly.
It's Bale! And it's hit the woodwork and out! Well, that pass isn't the best. And it's Xabi Alonso.
Well, it's definitely the right attitude and application, Peter. They've got to keep pushing.
Well, they're looking a whole lot more urgent now.
I think they just have to keep forcing the issue and they'll get clinical.
Well, that is not the best ball, and he offers an apologetic look.
Well, that's down to a simple miscalculation. No more, no less.
And He's only too happy to take that back.
Madrid really are showing all the necessary urgency, but it's potency they need.
That's a little off target. Guardiola looking for options for movement. Hazard. He's shifting through the gears here. Deflected behind for a corner kick. Barcelona with the corner. They're first.
Too
Much on it, and that is an easy claim for the keeper. Madrid are looking to go forward now. And here's Maradona. Stood up well to him there.
Maradona really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
Well, the ref's been lenient here. I doubt he'll get too many more chances.
El dorsal 16 será sustituido por el dorsal 18. Griezmann, cambio de jugadores.
Barcelona making further changes here, and in quick succession.
Well, the manager must have thought to himself, we're just narrowly ahead, so it's best to withdraw anybody showing signs of fatigue.
Rodrigo, Albert Ferrer. Koundé. No unnecessary risks, and the game is petering out here.
Yeah, the opposition have to come and chase it, so it might just allow a counter-attack or two. Barcelona really wanted that two-goal cushion, but it wasn't to be. Still, they should be able to see it out from here.
And it's Griezmann. And here's Maradona.
Habrá un minuto de descuento.
Looking to pass their way up the pitch. Whistle's gone, and they've got themselves a free kick. Tchouaméni has been shown a yellow card for that offence, just to confirm.
Yeah, and the whole stadium knew that was coming, apart from him, it seems.
And that is the last of the action. Well, this was a game they could so easily have won on another day, but alas, that wasn't to be, and they go down by the odd goal. So there it is. What struck you most about that?
Yeah, well, I've been on the losing side in games like this.
Heady ambitions here, ahead of a game of massive consequence. The objectives are clear. To miss out on them would be unthinkable. Well, colour and passion just oozing from the stands here. These fans love their football, and we're about to be dished up a feast of it. Well, we're on the way.
Well, you know, Peter, the brains of this particular team's operation is Pep Guardiola, someone who can dictate the tempo, and his appreciation of the game is a step above most.
Yeah, he's a thinking man's footballer, isn't he?
Indeed, and
Big chance!
Goal! Barcelona! And what a start!
well, talking about stepping things up from the off, that's how you start a football match.
And a trademark move ends with the inevitable classy finish.
Barcelona are such an adept counter-attacking team. They produced something out of nothing there. A few seconds was all it took for them to convert a defensive situation into a goal, and it's very impressive.
Barcelona have their opener. It is a goal of real significance.
Well, that's changed the mood entirely, as you'd expect, Peter. It'll be fascinating now to see what kind of reaction it will cause.
Barcelona with the corner, they're first. And now a sudden chance to counter. Now it's Hazard. He's picked his way through, and he skips past his man. That's a risky ball, you've got to say. Oh, good-looking ball. Under an awful lot of pressure. Carvajal.
Such good technique.
In towards the back stick. Cleared without hesitation. Played out wide. Camavinga. Played it again. Terrific effort! Oh, not this time, but a lot of applause for the thought.
I think we can expect a few more of those now. Better timing was all that was required.
Rudiger. There's a sharp little ball here.
There's a real tenacity about their defensive play, and it's up close and personal.
Bellingham. Goulart going face-to-face with his great rival. This is a promising build-up. Levin tries a shot! And there's a goal! And look what it means to them. This is a position of genuine strength now.
Look, that was a technical interaction of great football. That has gone down a treat.
Barcelona are sitting pretty, 2-0 up.
Well, that's a real psychological weight off the shoulders, I think. It's a very...
And the finish! Well, now it's a race for the ball. It's their second corner of the game. Now the cross. Hazard gets it away. Has to go back here. That'll be a throw. Camavinga. Camavinga with the cross.
Real chance!
Loose ball now, and there's a chase on to retrieve it.
Madrid really can't go chasing this game too soon. Any rash decisions now could see them lose it.
Nice interception, well timed. And that pass is somewhat less than ideal.
Madrid clearly didn't help themselves by telegraphing that one. It was always going to be intercepted.
Now it's Goulet. Oh, that's fabulous. Rudiger did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise. Howson cuts out the pass. And it's Arda Güler. Mbappe engages and forces him off the ball. Mbappe unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. He's in one-on-one. Chance! And it's there! Just one goal in it now! Game on! The lightness of step, the sharpness of movement, the certainty of finish.
Well, from the moment he got involved, he looked as if he'd go all the way. Terrific.
Just one in it now.
Well, there's a real sense that the momentum has shifted here, Peter, and the crowd are reacting to that now.
Looking to play him in. Space for him to turn and look. Skillfully cut out. He is so at ease on the ball. And it's made its way to him. That's been cut out, well played. Now it's Mbappe. Guardiola. Approaching half-time and still behind. Can they make something happen now? Into the final 5 minutes of the first half. Passes coming off in quick succession here. Mbappe! He's keen, determined to have his say.
Barcelona really have stepped it up now. They could have been a bit more greedy and forced the issue.
Corner number 3 coming up.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Camavinga. Bellingham. Pepe gets across to intercept that. Camavinga. Guardiola.
Habrá 2 minutos de descuento.
Hazard. Xavi Alonso. Hazard. Well, that looks a decent ball. Now, can he finish? There's a goal! They are right back in business.
Well, they were starting to look more and more threatening, Peter, so this comes as no surprise.
And that is indeed the final act. High octane, high tempo, high scoring. That was quite a half of football. The midway point of the game.
Well, Peter, I can certainly tell you I wasn't expecting this. What a half, what a game of football so far. I was honestly expecting the floodgates to open, but how quickly things can change.
Well, it has been a high-octane first half, full of action, both sides with 2 goals going in at half-time. And so the action is resumed. Howson. Nicely weighted ball. Bit of an appeal, but nothing doing. Stood up well to him there. Goulet.
A lot of space here, a real opportunity.
And it's Guardiola. To Pepe. And here's Lewandowski. Lewandowski. Decent chance! Goal! Barcelona! And they've got their lead back. As simple as you like, the outcome utterly inevitable.
Way too good, Peter. Too quick, too smart for that defence, who were made to look a little lost, in all honesty.
Clinical, just clinical. What a game this is turning out to be for him.
This is frightening football. He has increased defensive fear on the way to that hat-trick.
Well, this is what we've been waiting for. Now it's Mbappe. And he's had it nicked away. And it's Carvajal. Bellingham. Looking to pass their way up the pitch. Oh, that shoots! And no mistake! There was no getting to that. No getting to it at all. Expertly done.
That's expertly finished, and he's done that so often.
As if 3 weren't enough, this is nigh on utopian. So the lead now is 2.
Well, their manager seems to have them always thinking about the next goal. When's the next goal coming? They're such an entertaining watch.
Looking for options for movement. Mbappe on... Oh, shooting chance! In he goes again! It's in! And that is what they came to see, what they demanded to see. His first. Some heroic goalkeeping, but even that couldn't save them this time.
That's smart play from him, actually, Peter. That goal was all about positioning. He knew instinctively where to be should the keeper have gotten a little jittery.
Madrid cut their deficit and look raring to go again.
Oh, we have a very different game on our hands now, all of a sudden. This one's totally up for grabs. Right here, right now, it's not looking favourable. They're chasing the ball and the game.
Raul. Arda Güler. That is lovely. Tries to play it through. Well, it didn't look good for a while, but that was brave defending, and they got away with it.
Oh, that's brilliantly defended, though. It looked destined for a goal.
Pepe kept aware, and it is reclaimed easily. Bellingham. Mbappe needing to deal with defending that's more up close and personal.
Yeah, and what they've got to realise, Peter, is that they won't get away with excessive force for long, so they're running a fine line now.
You would think that now would be a good time to consider some changes.
Well, the manager must be thinking to himself whether he's got a game changer on that bench, and he needs to act quickly.
Some intricate passing, looking to progress the ball. Threads one in, and he plays one through. Hazard, and he is dashing away. Hazard!
Madrid really are showing all the necessary urgency, but it's potency they need.
And he's managed to get free. He's going to be disappointed. He's had a shot! It's loose, and there's a race for the ball. And that really should have been that.
Mbappe really thought he'd scored to settle this contest, and he's struggling to believe being denied.
And it's hoisted clear. Just eases him off the ball, and it's Camavinga. And this is Lewandowski. Neither of these two want to come off second best. Time is running out here.
Well, I like to see, Peter, that they haven't given up yet, so the spirit burns on.
Strokes it back.
Barcelona can really think about the precious seconds that took off the clock. No need to overly commit now.
He's got away. Pepe defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man. Guardiola, that's a sharp pass. Oh, well played, that has snuffed out the danger. Oh, that's well spotted. Oh, good spread. And here's Mbappe. Arda Güler. Oh, the ball's come loose here. Bellingham. Confirmation that there will be 2 minutes stoppage time. Arda Güler, and he shoots! It is close, but that is the last of it. A game of margins, of thrills, the sort of game that is a great advertisement for our sport. Sad in a way that somebody had to lose.
Durante el
Heady ambitions here, ahead of a game of massive consequence. The objectives are clear. To miss out on them would be unthinkable. Well, the pre-match build-up has been fantastic. Now, the game itself. So that's got things underway.
Well, Xabi Alonso is the standout. He'll be looking to set the tempo and dictate the play here, Peter.
He is so integral to this team, isn't he?
Yeah, he has the quarterback influence on a team so that as soon as he gets on the ball, everyone starts making runs. He's a master passer and a beautiful manipulator of the ball.
Chouameni, defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Now it's Mbappe. Aimed beyond the defence. Ricky Puig. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior running with intent. And it's Xabi Alonso. Here's Ricky Puig. Now it's Mbappe. Lovely feet. Well, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Now it's Mbappe. It has been a rather gentle affair so far. And he has been fouled there. Ricky Puig. Xabi Alonso. Fermin succumbs to the pressure. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. Rodrigo is offering some sort of an apology there.
encouraged the pass with an intelligent run, but the pass just lacked pace.
Now it's Mbappe. And the counter-attack is on for Barcelona. And here's Vinicius Junior. Vinicius takes a shot! Goal! Barcelona! Barcelona are in front. Oh, delicious, such devilish curl.
Oh, it was a real beauty, Peter, and while many might have just lashed out at it, he took his time and he put it where very few can.
They have what they wanted, the first breakthrough.
Oh, he's just loving that. Certainly gives you a very unique feeling. Tremendous.
Ricky Puig can see things others simply cannot. Hazard has given away a free kick. And that's going to be a booking. It's not an especially good pass, that. And it's Bellingham. Goes down, but nothing given. Bellingham. Look at the... Can he finish? He's got a goal! And they're threatening to fly away here.
Well, a 1-2 is easier to pull off than most dribbles, and I think we've just seen the proof.
So that's 2 now without reply.
I think there's been a greater menace to everything they've been doing during this spell, one that they hope will continue. Mbappe really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
Should changes him with that pass. Half an hour played now. Pass is coming off in quick succession here. And here's Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior!
He almost caught everyone out there the way he just eked out the room to get the shot in. I think that's great defending. He just made sure he was in the right place to block it. And I bet you the keeper's very relieved.
Mbappe! Barcelona are a team that's fond of the low block. They sure defend in numbers.
Yeah, the whole point being to go back to front as quickly as possible, Peter. Of course, once the ball has been won.
Yeah, balls over the top, long diagonals, that's the plan. Hazard. Now it's Mbappe. Now it's Xabi Alonso. Madrid are in need of a lift as we head up towards the break. Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Hazard. Bellingham. In the end, they found themselves penned in. Nowhere to go. And here's Mbappe. Well, that is one way to stop him. Time and again, they are repelled. Vermeer. And it's Bellingham.
A lot of space here, a real opportunity.
That looks a good ball through. Xabi Alonso.
That will annoy the manager. They're making themselves too predictable here.
Picked it, and the shot! And it's there! Up by 3. They have their boot on the throats of their foes. And a trademark move ends with the inevitable classy finish.
Barcelona are such an adept counter-attacking team. They produced something out of nothing there. A few seconds was all it took for them to convert a defensive situation into a goal, and it's very impressive.
And that is indeed the final act. Well, the mood in the two camps couldn't be more different as they go in for half-time. Elation on one side, misery on the other. So that was the first half, and we will be back with the second half shortly. Away we go again.
Well, things just haven't quite clicked, Peter, have they? They're behind and they deserve to be, but they've had a chance to regroup now, so we'll see how they come out at the start of the second half. Well, yet another interception and a show of anticipation to be commended.
Mbappe! He has found the way through. Oh, that was vital. Bellingham.
If they want to counter, they could do with more speed.
Spread to the right. Bellingham ventures forward. And it's Xabi Alonso. Turns back here, probably the best option. It's just beyond his reach. Now it's Mbappe. Spread out to the left. Mbappe! There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other. Vinicius Junior. And no, he's seen through all of that. Good defending there, they've slammed the door in the faces of the opposition. And here's Mbappe. Oh, that's nice. And that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Eder Militao simply refused to be outdone there. Almost an hour gone. That is good alertness. Tchouaméni. Bellingham. And it's Hazard. And that's going wide left. Bellingham. Ricky Puig has created one goal already. And that has put paid to that. Balde. Xabi Alonso. Now that looks a decent ball. Oh, facing up to his adversary. This is a formidable matchup. Madrid needed that. They really needed it.
Well, that tackle was immense. And
big chance! Loose ball. Oh, what has happened here? Garcia claims comfortably. Not the most accurate pass. Bellingham. Xabi Alonso cuts out the pass. And it's Lopez. Hazard. Now it's Mbappe. Xabi Alonso. Tchouaméni. Mbappe. Can he get on the end of this? Oh, well measured. Vinicius Junior. He's through on goal here. Howson did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise.
That appeared to be an inevitable outcome. Too much traffic.
Barcelona have reclaimed it. Oh, nicely intercepted. Bellingham going forward. Hazard. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. Howson. Fermin. Oh, they can break here.
Well, this does not look promising, Peter. The least they can do is to give the crowd something to cheer about, but that might be difficult from here.
Xabi Alonso is sporting a guilty look after that.
Clearly is miffed, having made the run and not get picked out.
And here's Bale, and he's running through. It's Bale! It's a goal! That really is quite fabulous. All his own doing. There is some activity down on the touchline. It seems there's going to be a change. Still back into this. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That was well played. Well stopped.
Shin to shin, bicep to bicep, and he wins out. And it's Arda Güler.
El dorsal 8.
Bellingham. Lovely pass, but can he get there? Great vision. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. Now it's Vinicius Junior. And that will be it. So that is it, the end of the road. Any reflections on what you've seen? Well, football is, of course, ultimately just a game, but for the next 2 hours, it might not feel like that. The stadium is full of noise and energy. This certainly matters. And the mood is boisterous. It is a perfect ambience for the central characters who are ready now to perform. So that's got things underway. Orange County have opted for a 4-4-2 formation.
Reminders of a golden era in English football, I should add, and it continues to hold its place in the modern game. Playing a second striker runs the risk of being outnumbered in midfield, of course, so with the wider pairing and fullbacks, plenty of running has to be part of their play, and of course the right service into the box.
Now it's Girassi, showing great feet there. Now it's Bergkamp. Now who's going to be first to this? Lovely ball and a real chance now.
Well, Peter, it's easy to heap praise on players that play further up the field, but they couldn't do what they did without the unsung heroes doing the dirty work, and Frank Rijkaard is amongst the very best in the business.
Some say the best ever.
Yeah, and I can see why. He's about as sophisticated as players come, and his role covers everything from reclaiming the ball to, well, pretty much everything else. Only a man of his calibre and cleverness can do that.
Yildiz. It is early, but the game hasn't yet sparked into life. Here's Zakagni. Some intricate passing, looking to progress the ball. Girassi, here's found the way through. Girassi proves just a little bit too strong. No foul, says the referee. Deftly out wide. First quarter of an hour gone. Oh, can he get onto this? Gabriel.
Oh, look, this is about as tentative as it comes. Hopefully, a football match will break out soon.
Xavi Alonso. Milan have reclaimed it. Rijkaard. Good take, and is he in? Lukaku. He steps in, and that's the end of that. Maldini is sporting a guilty look after that.
Encouraged the pass.
Towering header! Goal! And there is your opener. One sweeping move, executed with deadly efficiency.
Yeah, when you're hit on the counter-attack like that, it's like walking into a sucker punch, and they're dazed.
Orange County have taken the lead.
Yeah, and just as the manager's been reminding his players, this is the time where they can't afford to let their focus slip.
Stood up well to him there.
They've got to make this nice and quick.
Kimmich promptly onto that, and that is that.
Milan really can't go chasing this game too soon. Any rash decisions now could see them lose it.
Grimaldo, Zaccagni. Orange County are a team that's fond of the low block. They sure defend in numbers.
Yeah, the whole point being to go back to front as quickly as possible, Peter. Of course, once the ball has been won.
Yeah, balls over the top, long diagonals, that's the plan. Shot could be on. Kimmich has it in a wide position. Hazard did just about enough to come out on top there. Neither party overly willing to compromise. Into the channel.
That's positional gold, the utilisation of space.
He is through here. And he's made sure that's not getting through. And that should get the job done.
They need to play this quicker in transitions like this. Milan truly have no need to panic. They can reassess at half-time.
Oh, what a ball! Well, he's seen that early, used a certain sixth sense. Well, he's going to be disappointed with that. Knocks it into space. Well, that looked awkward, but he had a good crack at it.
Yeah, typically for him, that was the furthest thing from easy, but it still didn't stop him having a go. Size really matters, and it's time to make it matter now.
Keeper's dealt with that. There's the delivery. Great challenge, time to perfection.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
And it's Bergkamp. Girassi goes for a shot! And that's a sharp finish. They have come roaring back.
Well, it looks like we have ourselves a real game here now, Peter. They've been rewarded for their courage, for their attitude, for their application, and now they'll want another.
Well, was he ever going to miss that? Of course he wasn't.
Well, that's really well played, Peter. You have to appreciate the simplicity of it all. A killer pass, perfectly delivered.
That's it, 45 minutes up. Nothing to separate the two teams at half-time. They've both given it a really good go, and they head into the break all square. So your views on the first half?
Well, both sides would have expected a closely fought match, and that's pretty much what we've got so far. The early exchanges, I think, in this second half will be worth keeping an eye on to see if any adjustments have been made to change things.
Well, it has been tight, it's been competitive. Each side with one significant moment, and at half-time the score is 1-1. So straight into the second half. Pinches it off him. Caicedo. Now it's Sakani. Oh, he's onto this. And this is Lukaku. Oh, he's on. Shoots!
Well taken goal. And again they hit the front.
A momentary lapse mercilessly exploited. They were absolutely lethal.
Oh, that was beautifully done. They were ready to pounce, and they were clinical when the opportunity presented itself.
So we have a breakthrough. Now how will things develop from here? Kimmich. He's shifted it to the flank. He's got away. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. That is lovely. It's gone out for a throw-in. And he's being shifted off it. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was late.
Lukaku!
They want to be quick to recover this.
And again! And no mistake!
And there we have it, the two-goal cushion. And he's only too grateful to capitalise on the keeper's misfortune.
That has been drummed into him from such an early age, Peter. It almost came as second nature. He susses the keeper couldn't hold on to it, and he's there in a flash.
Well, that has changed the dynamic somewhat.
Yeah, it's all happening now. There's been an upping of the intention and urgency, a real step up in possession and purpose now.
Donatoni. 60 minutes played. Caicedo. Looking to play him in. Looking for options for movement.
And he shoots! Yes! And they are disappearing out of sight.
His position was perfect, the invitation was there for him, and his response absolutely clinical.
Such a smart finish, and the setup was very good too, but defensively, they didn't cover themselves in glory here.
And now he has two. Orange County, palpably stronger, better, superior.
Well, their manager seems to have them always thinking about the next goal. When's the next goal coming? They're such an entertaining watch.
Caicedo, looking to pass their way up the pitch. And he's had it nicked away. Milan needed that, they really needed it.
You know, it was an intervention that had to be made. Serious trouble lay in store.
Van Balten kept his eye on it, and he's there. João Neves. Grimaldo. So what can they make of this? Can he get it through? Juve looking to receive it in space. Grimaldo. Here's Zakagni. Now it's Yildiz. Picked out brilliantly. Oh, right place, right time. Well, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Well read, nice interception. Over to the right flank. Ball's gone out of play.
Substitutions taking place.
Marquinhos. Marquinhos. And it's Kimmich. Has a look and plays it forward. Good pressure, determined, intense. Nicely weighted ball. Can he finish? And he's following up! Bergkamp. Olise. He's found a way through. Zaccagni, whose purpose now is to complete a hat-trick. Ronaldo. Zaccagni. Can he latch on to this?
That's good play from him.
Lovely bit of skill. That's gone for a throw-in.
Substitution on the field. Number 10, Judas. Number 11, coming on the
Gabriel.
field. Number 19. Number 7,
That's the deception. His positioning was spot on.
Added time.
And it's Simons, passing nice and neat. He is just caressing the ball. João Neves. And that is it. The referee has seen enough. Well, that was thrilling. A game of champs and chumps. The winners were so good at times. A side that can and will trouble more or less everyone.
Just a quick reminder today.
Well, what a sight this is. The colour, the choreography, the camaraderie. The fans have pulled out all the stops to make this a monumental occasion.
Against Milan.
Have a look at this. It is what you anticipate here these days in London North 7. An undulating red and white wave, an Arsenal wave which envelops the team. So we're very much on the way now. It does seem to be a 4-3-3, Jim.
Yeah, and the two wide players up front can make the system pretty much succeed or fail. They'll be quite flexible in their creative movement. They like to drift in. At times they'll mix their game up and keep their width. And of course they're also expected to track any runs from opposition fullbacks.
Forlan! It's bounced back off the post.
Forlan really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
Now it's Girassi, and this is Azar. He's on it, can he get away? And he's made sure that's not getting through. Oh, good spread. And that's going right the way across. Now it's Bojan. It's a searching pass. It's Forlan! And he should have made them pay.
Beautifully worked to take the defence out of the picture, but there'll be no rush to see the replay on this.
He's shifting through the gears here. Alexander-Arnold did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. It's played through for him. Well, it seems fair to say, Jim, that Diego Forlan is the outstanding player in this lineup.
Yeah, and I think it's incredible how his career has turned out after a difficult start. He's made himself into a great all-round player with vision and creativity in addition to his finishing now.
And a reputation for being lethal, clinical, vital in front of goal is by now very, very richly deserved.
Really effective.
Mateus conjures time and space where few can. Forlan! Too close for comfort. Tries to pass it through. And it's Bernardo Silva. Milan still to register a shot on target. As a matter of fact, a shot of any type.
It's the sort of situation that they'll want to capitalise on now.
And here's Bergkamp. Now there's a real chance! Goal, Milan! And there is your opener. And a trademark move ends with the inevitable classy finish.
Well, it's an example of counter-attacking at its finest. Real cut and thrust.
So the first moment of real significance.
Well, this should allow them to be a bit more expansive, although they'll be wise to be cautious for now.
Bernardo Silva. Piqué attempts a clearance. Oh, that's nice. Forlan here. It's Forlan! He's got a goal! A game of thrills, all square in the blinking of an eye.
Yeah, they say that fortune favours the brave, and we've just seen an example. This team has real personality and character. Look, that was a technical interaction of great football. That has gone down a treat.
It's starting to look very interesting, this.
Well, I think the players will be buoyed by the fact that they've managed to level things in a hurry. Tails most definitely up now.
And here's Bergkamp. And this is Azar. Can he finish? Oh, it's fallen kindly here. Goal, Milan! And they've got their lead back. And he's only too grateful to capitalise on the keeper's misfortune.
That has been drummed into him from such an early age, Peter. It almost came as second nature. He susses the keeper couldn't hold on to it, and he's there in a flash.
Milan leading now. And here's Forlan.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Ups for safety. Rice. And here's Forlan. Over to the right flank. Crosses it in. And he's gone looking for safety. Not the most accurate pass. That's a good intervention. That was what he had to make in the face of danger that was growing. And he's managed to get for it.
Goes for a shot!
They've got to be quick to recover this. Bernardo Silva. Oh, that's a key interception. Played out to the left flank. Van Balten kept aware, and it is reclaimed easily.
There will be 1 minute
Donadoni
at a time.
has created one goal already. Piqué spots it and intercepts. Now it's Forlan. That's the end of the first 45. So engaging and still right on it.
Early in the second half.
Milan leading, but only just 2 on the scoreline. So let's get the ball rolling. Rijkaard. Donadoni. Donadoni will not want to lose out here, not against this opponent. Passing nice and neat. Lovely pass.
He's had a shot!
Pirlo is always looking to break lines. Rice. And Alexander-Arnold. Mateus. And it's Rice. Alexander-Arnold. Zanetti. And it's Bojan. Oh, facing up to his adversary. This is a formidable matchup. Now Van Dijk. Zanetti. And it's Bernardo Silva for Rice. Pirlo. Bergkamp. Zanetti gets across to intercept that. Can he get it through? That's going wide left. In by Bojan. And he gets rid in a hurry. And back it goes.
Just too much pressure. Had to go that way.
Juve with 2 goals already to his name. Pirlo. Zanetti. Mateus.
The attendance for this
60
match
minutes
was
played.
60,810.
Looking to pass their way up the pitch. Spread to the right. Good read, needed to be.
He's having a hit!
Oh, fine stop from the keeper.
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that.
Xavi Alonso. It's a pretty loose pass, and he's being shifted off it. Maldini. Knocks it into space. And this is Bergkamp. Howson defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man. Nicely intercepted. Maldini. Well, that pass isn't the best. Mateus. Now Pirlo. And he's forced to go back. Alexander-Arnold. And he goes cross-field.
That's a cracking pass to stretch the opposition.
Distributed tidily. Now it's Bernardo Silva.
Substitution for Arsenal. Number 10, Bernardo Silva. Coming on the field is...
And he cuts out the
number
supply.
18, Bergkamp.
Van Dijk. And it's Rice. And he's gone searching cross-field. Now it's Bojan. Half an hour gone in the second half. Xabi Alonso does really well there, strong defending.
A lot of space here, a real opportunity. I think the message here is quite clear, Peter. They want another one and will seemingly keep going until they get it.
Hazard.
Tries a shot!
Could have won it there and then. He knows that. Oh, he knows it.
Just got too eager there, I think, Peter. Had half an eye on the two-goal cushion.
Substitution for Arsenal, number 27.
Two coaches are signalling changes here, both at the same time.
Right. Coming on the field, number 9, Danielson. Number 13, McAllister. Substitutions taking place.
Counts. In the end, they found themselves penned in, nowhere to go. You can run onto that. Ronaldo unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. Well seen, saw that coming.
That's great positioning, so good from him.
Edmilson. Elise. And here's Cristiano Ronaldo.
This usually is the time teams go into conservation mode.
Now it's Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, can they get him away? It's all a little bit desperate, but it's got the job done.
Oh, that's brilliantly defended, though. It looked destined for a goal.
No, not quite on the same wavelength. Well, quality clearly deserted him at the crucial moments.
Clearly is miffed, having made the run and not get picked out.
Not too much to add on here, just a minute. And that'll be the end of that. Milan. Well, it is only day one, but already there is a palpable sense of obligation right from the start. These teams know they cannot falter. Well, the pre-match build-up has been fantastic. Now, the game itself. There's the whistle. Who do you, Jim, see making the difference here?
Yeah, Marc-Andre ter Stegen. He's got everything you'd want from a top-level keeper. Great shot stopping, but also a very cool head and a good organiser. What's more, he's very happy to play sweeper-keeper behind that defence, mopping up loose balls before picking a pass and get his team on the front foot again.
Yes, they'll certainly be leaning heavily on him. Cadiz with the corner, they're first. He leaps for it! He doesn't look too happy with that.
Lewandowski certainly knows that he's missed a real chance there, but he can't dwell on that. He needs to pick himself up and move on.
Has a look up and delivers. Tchouaméni gets it away. That's going wide left. Well, the run has been sold a little bit short there.
Well, everything up to the final pass looked decent. They just couldn't pick out that killer ball.
Guardiola. Spread to the right. Neither of these two want to come off second best. Mbappe did well to step in there. That was more than necessary. All the way back. Albert Ferrer. Yamal. Yamal going face-to-face with his great rival. And he's decided to go for it. Deftly away. Madrid are still to register a shot on target. As a matter of fact, a shot of any type. He knew what was coming. That's a yellow card. The player's body language here is a bit grim. It is not looking great at all. And he's managed to gift it back. Might be danger here. Bale couldn't quite force his way through this time, but boy, he had a go at it.
Well, he's not the type that's short on self-belief, so that could rub off on his teammates now.
Mbappe! Oh, split-second reaction.
Well, someone's doing his job properly, Peter, that's for sure.
And now they can spring out of defence. And here's Vinicius Junior. And it's Guardiola. Guardiola was alert to the possibilities, but in the end it's fruitless. And it's been played through. Oh, he's all alone. Can he finish? Oh, what? And the keeper couldn't hold it. And he has his goal. And he's only too grateful to capitalise on the keeper's misfortune.
That's smart play from him, actually, Peter. That goal was all about positioning. He knew instinctively where to be should the keeper have gotten a little jittery.
So we have had the first significant moment. It is 1-0.
Well, that's got this place bouncing. Just listen to the noise all around us. Now they have all of this positive energy to feed off.
Rodrigo. Mbappe. Oh, shooting chance! Oh, the keeper's done ever so well.
That's very, very good. You can't ask for much more than that.
It's their second corner of the game. And that's it. Many thanks to Jim, and with that, it is a very good night to you. Well, it is only day one, but already there is a palpable sense of obligation right from the start. These teams know they cannot falter. Well, the pre-match build-up has been fantastic. Now, the game itself. Well, we're on the way. So, Jim, who would you identify as the key man in this fixture?
Someone who I think has developed into a fine all-round forward, Peter, is Rashford. He now has the versatility to play from wider positions. He prefers to be on the left side mostly, and loves running beyond defences now or just dropping in short. And he seems at his deadliest when he's making those diagonal runs from out to in.
He would be the obvious choice, wouldn't he? He certainly has all the right qualities. Pass somewhat off target. And here's Bale. Oh, he's done very well to take that back. Mbappe. Yamal. And here's Bale. Pedri. Dani Olmo. De Jong. And it's Koundé. And Araujo. Kubasi. And it's Martin. Fair to say, I think, a cautious start from both teams. It's a pretty loose pass. Can he get on the end of this? Azar.
This is the time you need that pace.
Now it's Bale. And Carvajal. Xavi Alonso. Now it's Mbappe. Can he get it through? Carreras. Big chance! In he goes again. And he's found the net! Some heroic goalkeeping, but even that couldn't save them this time.
That's smart play from him, actually, Peter. That goal was all about positioning. He knew instinctively where to be should the keeper have gotten a little jittery.
So we have had the first significant moment. It is 1-0.
Well, the roof's just about stayed on, but the crowd level has gone up a notch or 10.
Well, we expected better, and so did he. And here's Bale. Oh, that's superb.
Well, that was well positioned and well pinched. They can't hurt with their backs to goal.
Has a look up and delivers. Defending of the desperate variety. Barcelona with the corner. They're first. Dani Olmo goes short. Lewandowski delivers. He'll try from distance. Oh, the keeper's done ever so well.
That'll earn him a few high fives. Probably feels he could have been better protected, though.
Rashford! A collective sigh of relief from the defence. Madrid do seem to have a very clear game plan here, Jim.
Yeah, they're set up to play those long balls from deep, Peter. The front men have certainly been busy making the runs beyond that defence.
That's a tried and tested formula, OK, but very demanding too.
Well, you need your boys up front to work extremely hard, and you need to get the passing right as well, of course.
It's Bale! Oh, terrific save from the keeper.
I think he's done great there, both reading it and dealing with it.
He's there to head it! Oh, that wasn't the worst effort in the world.
That is a really good chance missed, Peter. Certainly the way he's been playing.
That's a sharp pass. Alonso. Oh, what a ball! Dani Olmo. Mbappe, unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. He is through here. It's not an especially good pass, that. Oh, he's enjoyed that. He evidently loves the contest. And if you have just joined us, still just one goal between them. And the score is 1-0. Oh, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time.
Alonso!
Oh, what has happened here? There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other.
That appeared to be an inevitable outcome. Too much traffic.
Good read, needed to be. Well, a glitch with the rangefinder there, and evident annoyance.
Yeah, he just didn't seem to get enough on the pass, Peter, did he?
It's Bale!
They are queuing up to have a go here.
Madrid really can be very happy with the way they're going about things, Peter. They'll want to capitalise on this good spell, though. Have beautifully policed that midfield. The opposition have been handcuffed.
That's a cute ball. And that was asking for too much. Some resolute defending there. That is good alertness. And it's Rashford.
Goes for the shot!
He's done very well to get to that.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
Barcelona have their second corner now.
Habrá un minuto de descuento.
And he's quick to get rid. Carreras. And it's half-time. So a steady, solid and more than satisfactory first half. They've got the lead and that gives them something to build on after the break. Madrid up by 1 goal at the halfway point.
I think on the whole the team linked up very well and has been organised, hence their position. They can afford to be a little braver with the ball, I think, something they'll be told many times, I'm sure, during the interval.
Madrid have played well here and they have the all-important lead. It's 1-0.
Se va a realizar un cambio de jugadores.
That gets us going once more. Madrid currently ahead by the smallest of margins. Bellingham.
If they want to counter, they could do with more speed.
Well, the ball just didn't work out for the run that he made.
Well, I think the opposition saw that pass coming a mile off, and it wasn't the best decision.
Good ball, good take. Fermin. And they can counter here. Oh, that looks a cracking ball. Courtois breathes a sigh of relief as he gets his hands on the ball. Carvajal. Chouameni. Nice interception, his positioning was spot on. Fermin. Well, the run has been sold a little bit short there.
Barcelona clearly didn't help themselves by telegraphing that one. It was always going to be intercepted.
Nice interception, well timed. Looking for a runner. Now it's Bale. He's got away. Pau Kubasi defending his corner stubbornly, stood up very well to his man.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Fermin.
They need to play this quicker in transitions like this.
Carreras wins the duel this time. Not the most accurate pass. Fermin. Distributed tidily. Oh, now here's an interesting matchup. Cleared away. Well, that has not gone well. He's in a great position here. And it's Pedri. Yamal.
Barcelona really are going about things in the right fashion, Peter. It's great to see.
There is an irresistible, irrepressible look about them here.
You know, the interest value.
Oh, he's having a go! And he has kept it out somehow.
That's very, very good. You can't ask for much more than that.
So, third corner of the game. Rashford with the short one. João Cancelo goes for a shot! Ah, good steal, he just read it. So Jim, what are you thinking?
Well, it's not looking good, Peter. You can't just stop playing once you've gone ahead. You're letting the opposition know that you can be got at, and they can so easily raise the pace and tempo to do just that.
And it's Rashford. And that is expertly dealt with. Now it's Mbappe. Oh, super find. And that's another good win of the ball. And this is Bale. Oh, that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Oh, he's been caught on it here. Xavi Alonso. And the pass is intercepted. Now it's Rashford. Into the last quarter of an hour.
Barcelona really are showing all the necessary urgency, but it's potency they need.
Oh, well played, well played.
And he could have done himself a massive favour by just lifting his head up there. You know, it would have been a better picture of what was going on around him.
No, not quite on the same wavelength. Chouameni.
They've got to be quick moving this forward.
Great ball if he can get there. Madrid leading here by this still precarious 1-0 margin. Fermin. That's destined for the flank. Played in with purpose.
That's good defensive concentration.
Dealt with nicely by the defence. Lewandowski gets a good foot in there.
I think we're about to see a frenetic finish. No half measures from here.
Yamal. Eder Militao can get it clear.
Se va a producir un cambio de jugadores.
The message is simple, defend this with your lives.
El dorsal 4.
They've played it short, he's on it, can he get away?
El dorsal 6. El dorsal 3.
He won't be happy with that one. Madrid are looking to go forward now. Oh, great chance! And he's got to... And the finish! And that's a tiny finish! Such thrill, such noise, and how this matters! One sweeping move, executed with deadly efficiency. Look, and that's that. Madrid can celebrate now. They have exactly what they craved. So we're all back together again, fresh still in our minds, those memories, the unbelievable highs, the unforgettable lows. And as the sides return to cross swords for the first time again, we just remind ourselves of the magic of this game. This is what it does to you. It keeps bringing you back, no matter what. Well, colour and passion just oozing from the stands here.
And Van Nistelrooy!
Can't be expected to deliver anything better than that. This is heroic keeping.
Rabasani. And it's Gaia. Now Pepelu. Over to the right flank. Rioja. Not the most accurate pass. Van Nistelrooy. And the counter is on. And that's been intercepted.
That was well played, well stopped.
Now it's Forlan. And this is Van Nistelrooy. Lopez. Tarrega did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. Very early stages, Jim, but anything up to now that's of note?
Well, neither side has really grabbed the initiative, I would say. Both must have come in with a view of not making any early mistakes. So we're seeing some conservatism here.
Well seen, saw that coming.
That's great positioning, so good from him.
And it's been played through. He's shifting through the... Forlan! It's loose now and they want to get it back. Javi Guerra. So a third of the match or thereabouts gone, and we still await the first goal. Pepelu. Milan
Really do like their passes from deep, Peter.
making good use of that quarterback position, aren't they?
Yeah, but this is a system that can only work if you have the players who are willing to run at and beyond the defence. Let's see if these forwards are up for it now.
Belletti. Now it's Rivaldo, looking for options for movement. There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other. Pass somewhat off target. Howson. Vermeer, never out of the action for very long. Rodriguez. Some intricate passing, looking to progress the ball. Howson. Rivaldo chasing after it. And here's Van Nistelrooy. And it's Van Nistelrooy. And here's Rivaldo.
It's Rivaldo! That was superb goalkeeping.
Really looked sharp there, didn't he? That's very well played.
And he gets rid in a hurry. Tries to pass it through. Valencia are looking to go forward now. Saravia. And it's Rioja. And he's forced to go back. 30 minutes gone. Gaia. And Ramazani. Oh, really cute. What a lovely series of passes. Well read, and the danger is averted. And here's the chance to counter. Xavi Alonso. Oh, that pass isn't the best. Pepelu. Rodriguez. Lopez. Well, the defence just about came out on top, but they were certainly tested. Camavinga cuts out the pass, and it's Camavinga. And here's Van Nistelrooy. Oh, this looks sharp. Rioja. That's a nicely shaped ball. Well, I'm not sure how the stats look in terms of expected goals, but nothing actual has materialised so far. And he welcomes it in. Rioja. Oh, good-looking ball. And it's Guido Rodriguez. And Javi Guerra. Rioja. Rodriguez. Now it's Sadiq. Rioja. Out of play for a throw. Rivaldo. Howson is always scanning the pitch for targets. Fermin. Xavi Alonso. That's the end of the first 45. It hasn't been a bad watch, not by any means. The intensity levels are there. We've just lacked that telling breakthrough moment. How would you review the first half?
Well, I wouldn't say it was the most potent performance, Peter, but defensively, very composed. The scoreline might still be 0-0, but I'm expecting things to open up a bit more in the second half.
Well, it's been a half that hasn't lacked suspense or intrigue. It's only lacked goals. 0-0 at the break. And hostilities have resumed at the start of the second half. So the first half brought no goals. Edmilson. And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well and stopped it.
He's played it back. In towards the back stick. Dimitrievski claims it without any fuss. Saravia. Rioja. Saravia. Rodriguez. And Cesar Tarrega. Ramazani going after that. Sadiq. Now it's Ramazani. Shin to shin, bicep to bicep, and he wins out. It's a promising position. Plays it in low.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Forlan. Oh, we're still waiting for a goal to report here. Rivaldo gets into a good position. Opts for safety. Tarrega. Now Pepelu. Forlan. Pass is just off target. And he's there to get it away. Tarrega getting this one clear. Crosses it into the chance! No, he didn't quite meet it right. Tarrega.
Milan have really been terrific at snuffing out the threat. Now for something different.
Oh, and they really should have been made to pay.
You lucky boy, you lucky boy. Giving the ball away like that is usually punished.
A header! Oh, the ball's run loose here. Has another go! And a neat finish. How they've waited. Now they have it. Piercing, and with pinpoint accuracy, he forces it through.
Yeah, Peter, I think we've got to give the keeper some slack here because he didn't have the greatest view of that, but you've got to give the scorer his due as well. I mean, he had that sharpness of mind and clinical edge.
Milan are in front now, the game's only goal.
Look, experienced voices need to be heard now, along with good purpose and urgency, and they can get right back into this.
Your impression so far, Jim?
Peter, they're leaving nobody guessing now. This is a decisive attempt to go further in front.
He's on it, can he get away? He shifted it to the flank, now it's Ramazani. Great vision. Javi Guerra gets flagged offside.
Valencia really are going for it here, Peter. Now it's just a matter of sustaining the effort.
They're coming again and again.
I think they just have to keep forcing the issue and they'll get clinical.
And it's Rivaldo. Played out towards the right wing. Oh, good read. Now, can they get him away? Can he latch on to this? Gaia. Rodriguez is in a really good position out wide. Some resolute defending there. Now it's Forlan. Milan are looking to break at pace. Oh, facing up to his adversary. This is a formidable matchup. Into the last quarter of an hour. And the two sides separated by the game's only breakthrough moment to this point. And the score is 1-0. Saravia. Spread to the right.
Valencia really might just end up kicking themselves after that. That could well have been it.
Rivaldo will not want to lose out here, not against this opponent.
They've got to make this nice and quick.
Forlan. Oh, decent chance! And needless to say, that deserved better.
That's good running. It makes life so much easier when you have people who are willing to go beyond the defence like that.
Javi Guerra. 1-0 as we head towards the end. Belletti. Milan close now to seeing this one through to the end. And here's Forlan. Well seen, saw that coming.
That's great positioning, so good from him. Milan nearly finished it off there, but now it's a case of waiting for the whistle.
And it's Rivaldo. Can he get it through? That has found him in acres of space. That has ended up in no man's land.
Sostituzione per il Milan. Numero 7.
So changes afoot here, and from both sides.
Numero 11. Numero 5. Xabi Alonso.
Rodriguez. Time added on will be 2 minutes. Tried running through him, but he was not having it. Bojan. And that's it. Milan have held on. They have doggedly, sometimes frantically, preserved the tightest of leads. So, Jim, how do you reflect on what we've seen? Well, what a sight this is, a beautiful evening and the promise of a match that will really get the juices flowing. I'm your commentator, Peter Drury, and providing his unique brand of expert analysis, here's Jim Beglin.
Glad to be here, Peter, and I'm ready to rumble.
Goes for a shot! They've scored!
Well, they would have been looking at him to produce the goods, and that was very kind of him to oblige so early.
There was no getting to that, no getting to it at all. Expertly done.
That's expertly finished, and he's done that so often.
It is a super start. So far, so very good. And that is out and behind. It's a good block. And into the grateful arms of the keeper. Milan have the chance to go the other way. And he's had it nicked away. Oh, that's well spotted. Rivaldo.
They'll want to make the most of this turnover.
Truthfully, it was hard to see any better outcome there. Sal. Passes coming off in quick succession here. Sal. Goes looking wide. He's picked his way through. It's a sweeping cross. And there's his chance to lead the counter. And it's Belletti. Great vision. Now it's Lopez. Tries a shot! It's loose, and there's a race for the ball. Van Nistelrooy. Oh, he's been caught napping. And this is shoots! It's run loose. Who's going to get there? So just the one early goal to report so far. And the score is 1-0. Sal. Sevilla are very well equipped down the flanks. It is a tried and tested formula.
Well, Peter, that can cause real problems if they're allowed to run riot in those positions, whether through direct running or from deliveries towards the box. It can work.
Lopez. That has been slung wide. Tries the cross. Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Excellent challenge there, uncompromising. Delivers with whip.
Seville clearly are looking formidable down that left-hand side, the current supply route. Look, it's the width that's providing this momentum, and they look set to further exploit. Gives the defence a decision to make, whether to go zonal or man-to-man now. Forlan clearly held on to it far too long there. Did he do enough to find someone? He looked as if he had his mind set on trying to do everything his way.
And he's forced to go back. And it's been shipped out wide. That's a throw. Sal. Ball is over the line. Belletti. Howson. Pass somewhat off target. Sal. Oh no, that was never going to make it. Chance here to counter. Well, quality clearly deserted him at the crucial moment.
He made it look a bit predictable.
Sal. It's a really well-measured ball. Edmilson. And it's Belletti. And that's gone behind for a goal kick. Agume.
Milan can certainly afford to see this half out now and reset during the break.
Forlan. Van Nistelrooy. And it's Edmilson. And Rivaldo. Played into the box. And that has been knocked clear. It's Forlan! He's done very well to get to that.
I think he's done great there, both reading it and dealing with it.
Deftly away. Piqué. Howson is the team's great visionary. Xavi Alonso.
Habrá un minuto de descuento.
Sal. Has to go back here. Oh, he's having a go! It's a decent watch, a frantic watch. It is half-time. There's been no shortage of industry or intent thus far. A little inspiration and inventiveness, perhaps the only things lacking. Milan come in leading by just the odd goal.
On the evidence of what we've seen, they're worth their lead. There was genuine intensity and purpose behind what they brought to the game. I think they'll want a strong start just after the break, though, to force the issue that bit more.
Milan are in a pretty decent position after 45 minutes. 1-0 to the good. We're on the move again.
Well, my advice would be to keep at it. If you're doing well, keep it going.
Rivaldo. It's a searching pass. Forlan is wide and looking to get onto this. Vargas. And Agume. Vargas. He's a sharp little ball here. Some good work on the right flank here. Well, that defending is unapologetically persistent. It's almost personal, and it had to be. Sal. That's Vargas. Now, has he got the beating of his marker here? Opts for safety. Shifted it to the flank. Tries to pass it through. Chance to shoot!
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
Rivaldo gets on his bike and on the move. Lopez. Forlan. Vlachodimos claims comfortably. Milan just about have their noses in front. It is the slenderest of leads. Good defending there. They've slammed the door in the faces of the opposition. Oh, now here's an interesting matchup. Rivaldo. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That was well played, well stopped.
Your impression so far, Jim?
They're ahead, but they're not playing as if they are. There seems to be more of an emphasis on protecting their lead than adding to it. It's all gone a little timid.
Played out to the left flank. A quick look, thought about cutting inside.
Se va a producir un cambio de jugadores. El dorsal 11 será sustituido por el dorsal 16.
That's not going far.
Well, that's certainly more like it. They can't let the intensity drop now, Peter.
There is an irresistible, irrepressible look about them here.
I think they just have to keep forcing the issue and they'll get clinical.
Vermin looking for the chance to skim one in from range. Neither of these two want to come off second best. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. So the manager can make a change for the first time in the game here.
Yeah, they're looking for some imagination, and his job's going to be to add that element of craft and guile, the man pulling the strings.
Milan are, of course, in a position to go to the bench should the need arise. Sal. That's a little off target. Rivaldo. Sevilla needed that. They really needed it.
Oh, that's brilliantly defended, though. It looked destined for a goal.
Sal. And he's there to belt it away. Oh, that's really good play on the right. He's driving forward. That's going to go a long way.
Se va a producir un cambio de jugadores. El dorsal 17. El dorsal 7. Serán
Engages
sustituidos
and
por
forces him off the ball.
El dorsal 10. Alexis Sánchez. El dorsal 9. Se va a llevar a cabo un cambio de jugadores.
Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him. Seville really might just end up kicking themselves after that. That could well have been it.
Bojan. Played back.
That's a modern defender's instinct from a modern coach's mindset. That's just playing it safe and simple.
So we have further activity on the bench here. Mbappe to come on, a change that had been mooted for a while.
Yeah, they've gone for more energy up front. This is a clear message, Peter.
Delivers the ball. Van Nistelrooy! Could have won it there and then. He knows that. Oh, he knows it.
Just got too eager there, I think, Peter. Had half an eye on the two-goal cushion.
Still just that single goal and we are nearly done. 5 minutes left on the clock. He's in plenty of space here. Oh no, no circumventing this opponent.
Well, it's probably safe to say now, Peter, that it's going to be all about game management from here.
And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Now it's Mbappe.
Habrá
Mbappe.
2 minutos de descuento.
Mbappe! Oh, the ball's run loose here. And that's aimed into the middle.
That's good defensive concentration.
And there goes the final whistle. Milan have done it. Their solitary strike ultimately proving just enough. A terrific win, however.